All right, I see my big giant head. Hello to Antler, and hello to everybody in Lotro Stream. We're going to keep the party rolling along, and I thought to do something a little different. I'm going to dust off a character I haven't played in a while. Let's go ahead and roll out my 130th level champ on Arkenstone. Her name's Galandriel. She's an elf. She rocks, and yeah, let's go explore some Middle-earth tonight. Great job tonight, El Galadwin. Fun stream. I enjoyed watching you pop around, checking out all of the fun little hidden spots in Middle-earth. That was a good time. And I will echo her gratitude to everybody who's been helping the fundraising effort tonight. I'm starting off a little bit ahead of the game. I got some terrific early donations from Gipio, from F. Duddy, and one I just spotted tonight was Grimmerthan, and it looks like I just got one from Mandalorian 2K. Thank you for that. So we're going to keep the fun rolling and the fundraising rolling. And let's see where the heck I left Galandriel. So this is my main character. I can't swear to it. I believe I created her in beta. For those of you, I once told a acquaintance who was playing Apex Legends with us that I had video game characters older than him, and Galandriel was one of them. She goes all the way back to the beginning, and I have put a lot of time on her and had a lot of fun exploring Middle-earth with Galandriel, my elf champion. I've bored you all with the story many times before. When I first started playing the game, it was called Shadows of Angmar, and I exclusively rolled up female characters because the Witch King of Angmar can be killed by no man. Also, I picked Arkenstone as my home server because, of course, I thought the server list will always be presented alphabetically, and if I play on Arkenstone, I won't have to go searching for it in the server list. It turned out neither of those choices were necessary, but that's okay. I'm still here almost 16 full years later living with those choices, and I don't have any regrets. I hope everybody's having a great weekend, and you guys are all just getting out and enjoying the last of fair weather before winter is upon us. It was in the high 30s and raining here today. We're expecting snow this weekend, and I was hoping for more flying time, but that's okay. Normally this time of year, it's football season. We're excited to be hanging out watching the Huskers. Not so much this year. A lot of Nebraska's in a state of depression. Teams 3 and 5. But the good news is my Seahawks are division leading 5-3 on top of the NFC West. And they face the Cardinals tomorrow, so I like our chances. Golden Shire Tater. I have no idea what I was doing out here in the Shire. Although one of my favorite crafting instances actually is... I got junk in my bags. I have no idea what I was doing on Galandriel the last time I was playing. We can go find something else to do. Apparently the war effort needs me. That's a thing. Doesn't look like I've got hardly any task items on me, which is very unusual. I've got a whole bunch of cosmetic stuff I'm walking around with. Let's go by Casa del Galandriel, and we'll see what's going on there. Do I even have my house on Arkenstone? It's a legitimate question. I haven't paid it in a while, it looks like. What's really weird is this character feels unfamiliar to me. I'm looking at the skill bar going, I don't get it. Bacchus is here. Hello, Bacchus. Guarandees, are you here? Eldolith has been gracious enough to volunteer to hang out and help with the raffle stuff so I can concentrate on getting lost and playing badly, which I very much appreciate. Ginger's here. Hello, Ginger. I'm sure I said hi to Antler already, so my sincere thanks to Eldolith and to Druid's Fire. They both spend a lot of time and effort making sure things run well here on Lotro Stream all the time. I'm very grateful to both of you for your efforts. I think I need to pay for my house. So, Home of Galandriel. Let's unlock it. And we'll max out the upkeep. Like Mandalinia on Evernight, Galandriel is not short of cash. This was, I think, the other character who was able to sell over 1,000 gold pieces worth of fish. Yep, there we go. She's sitting on 1,100 gold. Typically with Galandriel, I was buying stat tomes whenever one became available. So she didn't have a lot of cash up until fish became valuable. And then I cleaned out my housing chest on Arkenstone and my housing chest on Evernight. I don't think I had a whole bunch of fish stored anywhere else. So I unlocked my house and paid the maintenance and upkeep, which means if I come over to my skills, I should be able to pull up my travel to personal house. And that's going to be a thing again. I probably don't have any room to store any of the stuff in my bags, but we'll give it the old college try. Pot and Finberry's eating gingerbread cookie and ice cream. That sounds terrific. Our house is no longer auto-sold. Giveaway is an open, folks. Bear with me contacting the winner. Ginger says, I'm here doing nothing. Druid's Fire says, that's all Elda. I've been busy with other tasks of late. It's okay. Sometimes it happens. But it's not like you haven't done some heavy lifting on the channel before, Druid's Fire. Just want you to know you're appreciated. You have empty spaces in your bag. This sounds like a good time to fish. You are not wrong. In fact, this might be the only character. I think I did get Lake Master on Mandalinia, but she does not yet have the Fishmonger title. Hello. There we go. So this is my cozy little cabin in the woods here on Arkenstone. I've got double sets of sturgeon, trout, and darter groups. I've got the Xander trophy that I think is part of... That might be the other one you get besides the pumpkin seed. I don't know if you get a wall trophy or not for... I love the pumpkin seed trophy. I'll zoom in on that. We actually catch these here in Nebraska. So that's just a terrific model of somebody who actually knows the fish. We got Portrait of the Grey Company. We got a portrait of Narmaleth. We've got a map on the wall. Somewhere there's a housing chest. Let's see if there's any room in here. 53 of 60. I cleared some stuff out. Good deal. I'm a little bit afraid to see what I actually still have stored in here. I was like, please don't be any Antful Starlit crystals, please. But I have a lot of cosmetic junk that just got piled up in here. In fact, more than I've got slots for, so I might have to do some choosing. Giveaway is open. I'm hoping as you guys donate, we'll get notifications on the display bar. So bear with me. Hopefully that will come to pass. I got some cooking stuff in here. I really liked this armor set. I kept it for cosmetic purposes. The Sea Reaver heavy armor set from Dol Amrith. Eek. All right, so that's back to full. Harmless Harmless Octopus checking in. Hello, Harmless Harmless. Hello, Rockhead. Lots of old friends here in chat. Great to see everybody tonight. F. Duddy, hello. Fox Amongst the Flowers. My standing stone. It turns ever so slightly. So yeah, I haven't been by the cottage in a while, as you could tell from the state it was in when I logged in. Ed, you sound extremely robotic, like you have some buzz to your voice. Ed's got vocal fry. I like to read the New York Times like all day long on my iPad, on the app. I forget her name. That was my imitation of the former senior editor of the New York Times. Abrahamson? Jill Abrahamson, maybe? I think that's right. Druidsfire says, I'm still puzzled why the Standing Stone deco makes noise. The floaty rocks aren't touching anything. Maybe they're actually used to grind wheat. That could be. All right, let's double check OBS. One of the problems with immediately following another streamer is I don't get a chance to check sound levels. Let's check my microphone settings. Nope, USB advanced audio device. It does look a little peaky, but not bad. It's the jets underneath them. Oh, okay. Do I still sound robotic or hummy? Yes, I still sound bad. Eldolith thinks I sounded fine. All your bases, no robot. Sounds good, but less good than normal. I don't know. Baka says there's definitely feedback. You have a podcast voice, sir. No, I have a face for radio and a voice for silent movies, but thank you. Let's check Discord. Maybe that's the source of the problem. Yep, wrong app. Like I said, if I have to follow somebody immediately, I don't get a chance to do sound checks and things. No, everything looks okay in Discord. Check, check. Check, check. Check, check. Let's check noise filters. Crisp is on. Echo cancellation is on. Automatic gain control is on. That might not be a good thing. We'll just have to roll with it. I don't want to bog the stream down by trying to troubleshoot it live. So half the folks are telling me I sound fine. Rockhead says it'll be harder to drift off to sleep slightly because of the buzzing sound. I apologize for that. I will get a chance to listen to the stream tomorrow, go back and try to find out what was causing the problem so it doesn't happen again. But for those of you who are experiencing the buzzing, that's a small consolation. So I have no tasks to turn in. I'm deeply ashamed. What we got here? Oh, I never did trash my old legendaries. I have new legendaries on this character, though. Not to worry. Muffle microphone. You could always get some fishing done in the creek there. Well, I could.
Are you looking for something, friend?
Well, looks like I had stuff to repair. We definitely have stuff to sell. Ooh, I've got a golden mullet. Veteran officer's earring. Tier 7 Essence of Vitality. I think I can probably go ahead and sell that. Although ironically it is Supreme. Somebody might actually want that, but I'd rather have the bag space than the money. Tome of the Hopeful Swan. Shepherd Dog. Lost Lore of Lingerus copy. That's a lot of stuff. Enchantment Ruins. Relics of Minas Ithil. I'm already at max reputation. I'd probably mail those to my hunter. That might be my offhand weapon. Alright, well, that is better than how I started out. We at least cleared some bag space. Well, it's not going to let me put him in there until I put in Nemini's name. She's a hunter. She's like level 123 here on Arkenstone. And now I've got more pack space. That's the most pack space Galandriel's had in a long time. Yeah, where else should we go? Holy Solution still wants me to muffle the microphone with a cloth or a sock. The microphone is not directly in front of my mouth. It is just to my left off camera, which is one of the reasons why I've never bought a pop filter, because I don't get up on the mic very often, like never. Well, I know where I can find a sock, so we'll give that a try. Now my voice sounds dirty and smelly. Hey, hard hit. Hope you're feeling better, bud. Galadon says, ooh. Yeah, fortunately I didn't do a whole lot of sweating today, so I don't think the sock will probably knock me out or anything. It's just a gain issue. It's a bit overdriven. That input is too hot, but it's not terrible. Well, that I can fix. I have had some problems with as I bounce between the wireless headset and not using the wireless headset. Sometimes my sound settings adjust themselves when I don't want them to. I will check that. It's possible the microphone gain just got turned up. Well, that's output. Let's go to input. We'll turn it down just a smidge more. La 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 la. La 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 la. Okay, hopefully that's good enough now. No difference? Alright then, let's lose the sock because it's just gross. You guys can't see it, but having my old sock hanging there, yeah, that's not cool. I gotta do laundry tomorrow anyway. El Galadwin says that my singing's nice. I've literally never been told that ever before in my whole life, so thank you. I guess I can double check. I'm sure I don't have any vault space. If I had a single open vault space in either storage or shared storage, I'd faint dead away. I knew I'd recently taken something out of the housing chest, so I thought there might be some there. Yeah, shared storage 90 of 90, and this should be 120 of 120, which is exactly what I expected. Although, do I have fish storage ramped up again? I do not. I cleared out all of the fish and then promptly didn't do anything else with them. Okay, so we're actually really close to level 131 and being able to reforge some stuff. So let's go find some stuff to murder. Task at hand is active. Ran out of task items. So at this level I'm looking at either Elder Slade or I'm looking at Gundabad. Oh, let's go poke around Gundabad. The anniversary celebration corgi. Who wouldn't want a corgi? Jack Daniels Habibi, welcome. Good luck. F. Duddy says, sounds like it's time to go fishing. It's always time to go fishing. Can I fish in Gundabad? I have my Totally Boss Exquisite Elven Fishing Rod at hand. Did I have my two-handed sword out? I did. I had my great sword out. Where is my... There it is. So am I in yellow mode? I am in yellow mode. Look at me figuring that out all by just what sword I had out. I don't have game sound all of a sudden. The fix, congratulations. Let's close that. Switch to Steam, go to audio settings. Oh, that's my fault. I messed it up trying to fix the microphone. Okay. I caught a sprat. The Holy Solution is really looking to sneak in a corgi win. SKDX Killer, good evening friends and Ed. I'll take that as an insult, Nick, because I know you meant it harshly. Sorry I haven't been around. Nah, you're more than a friend. Nick is a recovering former Lotro Stream team member himself. Ooh, I got another golden mullet and a sunbleak. The golden mullets are piling up. Eventually I'm going to have to do cooking on Galandriel, and when that happens I'm going to need a lot of open pack space. Steed of the Great Alliance. Don't need another steed, but at least I've got an extra pack space now. I've got carryalls. Maybe I do have task items in the carryall. Who'd have thunk? Your mic sounds like its audio is a bit distorted, not badly. It's playing 76. I have to admit I'm having fun. Good. Between Lotro and Fallout 76, you're satisfied. Fallout 76 plays and streams on Linux just fine. I was pleased to find that out. Last call for Fayfix, otherwise I'll redraw. Alright, so we fished, we've done inventory management, and I am definitely eating on camera tonight. I don't know if the camera will pick that up very well. I made myself a little snack tray. I've got both regular Cheez-Its and white cheddar Cheez-Its and roasted salted almonds. So it's quite the smorgasbord. Redraw, redraw. Audio sounds like you're using a new mic. And I'm having a great time. Glad I started playing. Awesome. Same old mic. I don't know why it sounds different tonight. I'm not really getting any background noise off of anything other than maybe a bit of fan noise off the PC. I don't know. Concert groups? I'm on Arkenstone. If there's a concert on Arkenstone, I'd be happy to swing by. Would they be at the Pony? Ooh, I caught a ball of gunk. Of course, like many of my characters, Galandriel is Lady of Streams, a Lake Master. Ardenta Soteric, congratulations. Sturgeon Master, Darter Master, Trout Master. Is it Fisher King or Kingfisher? Yay! Ardent Esoteric is here. Ooh, a starry sturgeon. That's a nice catch. Alright, fishing complete. Let's go kill some stuff. I'm very fond of saying that anytime you find yourself in Middle Earth killing orcs and wargs, you're doing the right thing. So let's go kill us some orcs and wargs. Now, I have notoriously not played War of the Three Peaks on this character. I haven't been to Gundabad either. So this is a first, but we'll head outside and see if we can find something to whack with our swords. I'm also going to switch, nope. Sights of Madagard. This is not the way out. Hi everybody. Hardhit was kind enough to hit me up with a code to unlock Gundabad, so I haven't had to buy it myself, which means I'm sitting on 8,000 plus Lotro points and nothing to spend them on right now. Yeah, hopefully before the shadows doesn't take too long to come to the store. And as El Galadwin mentioned, if you haven't caught me streaming before, I did a series called Free-to-Play Fridays. All of my accounts are free-to-play. This account's free-to-play, my new account, it would help if I were on my combat bar. There we go. I'll do much more damage this way. Madagard Beast Slayer. Grodbog. I like how the very first Grodbog I run into is a queen. Like, the queen should be back at the nest being protected by soldiers and workers. No, she's just out here right next to the dwarves waiting to fight. And here's a second queen. Yep, that can happen even if it's rare to get DMCA with Lotro music. Aww. So we don't host concerts anymore on Lotro stream? That is a bummer. That used to be a pretty regular thing. You must have completed the quest, Geode Hunter. All of the Grodbogs are queens, apparently. He did not make it. Cave Beast Hurler. Where are the orcs and wargs? I want to fight orcs and wargs. At least there's a door here. We'll go through the door and see where this goes. I don't have the corresponding quest. El Galadwin's sticking around to help with the raffles. Thank you for that. Although when it's time for me to call it a night, I don't know who I'm going to raid if you're not streaming. Yes, Nick, there's a giveaway. It's not open yet. Just a minute. Green-Eyed Gamer's here. Hello, the Green-Eyed Gamer. Welcome. Also, I know everybody did a spectacular job of emptying out their wallets for El Galadwin a little while ago. If you've got anything left, feel free to keep donating. I'd love to be able to ramp up my own donation bar there. Let's get some money raised for a great cause. I am raising cash specifically for St. Luke's in Sioux City, Iowa. If you've ever been to Sioux City, you know those folks need help. So yeah, let's make that happen. But my thanks to everybody who's already generously donated, including F. Duddy, Gipio, Mandalinian 2K. Gundabad Drudges. Ooh, I'm in trouble. Yeah, I got run over. That was a lot of damage. I'll take it out on this bat. So that was fun. Been here most of the day, just been busy napping and such. Well, that's why people watch me stream, Jessica, so they can get a good night's rest. It's the Big Ed Mustafa effect. It's like, oh look, Big Ed Mustafa's playing Lotro. I wonder... And they wake up like 8 hours later in a puddle of their own drool. It's magic. Sage's coffer, stairs down. It's been raining all day and the heat was on. Perfect storm for a nap. Oh yeah. So it looks to me like we run into these groups where there's like a leader and allies, and I got run over by a goblin leader upstairs. I'm guessing the same thing might happen if I try tackling this Gundabad raider. We won't know for sure till we try it though, will we? Plus if Gipio pops in, he'll want to make sure I'm dying on a regular basis or he'd be disappointed. The heck are those? Valar level boost. Gift of the Valar. Aria of the Valar. Small housing decoration carryall. Really? That's fantastic. Oh, that must be where I freed up some of that chest space. Valar. 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 There we go. 3 more pack spaces. That is fantastic. If you like Valaran characters, more power to you. It's just, it's not my thing. F Daddy stun silence. I did the same thing on the new free-to-play account a little while back, and one of the YouTube viewers basically accused me of terrorism. Granite. It's another geode hunter thing. So, oh yeah, I was going to tackle the raid leader. Let's see what else we got. So I'm getting a lot of trash task items. Now this would be a place to do some fishing. Then I could demonstrate how dumb it is that you can't switch from your fishing rod to your weapon if you get attacked while fishing. Sorry, try to control myself. My therapist and I are working on it. Well, you are on a list. You're not wrong. Give me liberty or give me coin. Never Valar a class beyond the level you've achieved with that class the regular way. That's a very good rule, Egarther. Which is basically what I said. I mean, you know, there's times to Valar a character. If you're going to be playing with friends on a server you don't normally play on, it's a nice way to be able to jump into the fray. But, I mean, you're not going to learn the class doing that. You're not going to... New deeds. Destroy the Stoneclaw burrows. I can do that. Pond says he's on a list for Coca-Cola whenever they can contact him. I think my problem is everybody who's been telling Coke what a great spokesman I would be keeps describing me as a huge Coke addict, which probably doesn't help my cause. I just like their soda. Ooh, I found an edible mushroom. This starts a quest. Look at me, I'm questing in Gundabad, everybody. On my main character. It's glorious. Oh, and there's a backpack back there. See if they left any snacks in the backpack. Everything is edible until it's not. Thurlor says heroin, for example. There you go. No drug talk here. Thanks, guys. I might have started it. I made the joke. We'll change the subject to something more family-friendly, like Ethan's mom. Just kidding. We are keeping it classy here on Lotro Stream tonight, and we're raising money for a great cause. Extra Life. If you're like most folks, you know, You go to the gas pump and fuel's super cheap. You go to the grocery store and you can buy way more food than you need because everything's so inexpensive. You're like, dang it, what am I going to do with this cash? Just send it to us. We'll get it to Extra Life. You don't have to worry about tripping over piles of money because you don't have any place to put it. Just donate it. We'll get it to a good cause to help out St. Luke's Hospital in Sioux City, Iowa. And you can even, save yourself some tax headaches at the end of the year. November 15th is the date. What a great way to spend a Friday night. It's cold and rainy out. There's nothing to do in Omaha. And I get to hang out with all of you fine people. We're going to kill some orcs and wargs. We're giving stuff away. We're raising money for Extra Life. It's a great time. I finished a quest. Oh, these guys aren't semi-aggressive, they're full aggro. Alright, well, we'll murder them all then. I know I've already fished. I've got to fish it. I can't not fish this. Let's make sure we're in a relatively safe place. Let's get the rod back out. We got to find out what's swimming here. If you're not fishing in Middle Earth, you're not exploring Middle Earth. You have to know what's swimming in these waters. Fish Gundabad, baby. You'll be glad you did. Is it snowing yet in Nebraska? Not quite yet. Bloodfin darter. It's a nice rare catch. Wouldn't have expected that here. John D212 is rooting for swimming and diving. A distraction, congratulations. I missed a fish. I don't do that very often. A distraction? I remember when we couldn't swim. I've been streaming The Witcher 3 on Tuesday nights, and it's a terrifically fun game. But I always laugh about my ability to go diving and swimming underwater in full plate mail. I have Witcher 1. I haven't been able to play it. I think I bought it on CD, and when I installed it, it didn't like the fact that my game drive was not my boot drive. It wanted to be installed on the boot drive, and it wouldn't run. And now I don't have a CD drive. So, yeah, I haven't worried too much about Witcher 1, and I don't own Witcher 2. I've heard Witcher 2 and Witcher 3 are similar. And Witcher 1 is totally different. Anchor management. I see what you did there. That's putting. I was telling the story to the guys on Wednesday when we were doing Adventures on Evernight. But last weekend I was eating those Carolina Reaper seasoned Blue Diamond almonds. And I finished them up while we were playing World of Warships Sunday night. And when I woke up Monday morning, as soon as I opened my eyes, yeah, you get a little bit of just schmutz build up. Yeah. Every character needs an oh poop button. I actually killed an orc. There we go. Yeah, I was not winning that fight either. I'm going to do a little more prep. Got some level 110 food. Can't hurt. I got plenty of it. Let's eat some of it. I think I got some scrolls. I did finally kill an orc, so that's a good thing. Let's, I don't know, do we target the raid leader, or do we try to kill his ads? Okay, that fight wasn't so bad. I feel like I was ready for that one better. Alrighty. Grodbog. I've upgraded a good 5 times since I had the PC I played Witcher 1 on. Look at me picking up quests. We're finally killing orcs. I feel good about that. We got us an orc weapon barrel. We got us a Gundabad delver. He seems a bit delicate. Got a couple of trolls. Got an archer. See, the problem is if these archers start firing on me, I'm going to need to close ranks to finish them. And they're kind of being protected by the trolls. So I think we'll sneak up here. And now I leveled up. So many targets. Let's pick that warrior while he's standing there by himself finally. Yummy, yummy orc provisions. Guy calls himself a captain when he doesn't even have a ship. I won't stand for it. He did not make it. Singer's here. Sounds like a good nap. Sam Burke says, I went to take a nap. Now it's 11 hours later. I was much more tired than I expected. I feel for you, Sam. Hopefully you feel pretty good and rested yet. And welcome. Is the money pouring in? Do we have any new donations? Let's go take a look. We do. We got another 20 bucks from Anonymous. Thank you. Appreciate your guys' generosity. I am brand new to the fundraising effort. Giving the nefarious company that I keep, you know, hanging out with Hard Hit and Bacchus during the week. The rest of the stream team wasn't sure they wanted me involved, but they graciously agreed to include me this year. So I appreciate that. And work supplies. Mordor allegiances available. Have I not done the allegiances stuff? Thought I did, at least one. No, I'm just kidding about that. But I do a big fundraiser for Make-A-Wish every year. I've bragged about it before. We really knocked it out of the park. Over $10,000 for Make-A-Wish of Nebraska at my Labor Day Air Show. I am the Air Show Director. I plan and coordinate the thing, recruit the pilots, delegate responsibilities like manning the raffle tent and concessions. And it's a lot of fun every year. So just to not overextend myself, I've kind of let the rest of the stream team do the extra life stuff. But, you know, we did so good with the Make-A-Wish thing, and you guys helped me raise $500 for raffle prizes for Make-A-Wish. And I thought, you know, we've got such a great community. Everybody's so generous. I kind of feel bad not being part of the effort. And I'm glad to be part of it this year. And hopefully will be for the foreseeable future. And yeah, I'm just glad to be here tonight. So let's keep the donations rolling in, and we'll keep the raffle prizes going out, and everybody wins, including St. Luke's Hospital in Sioux City, Iowa. Let's see what's in the chest. Tommy Lawless checking in. Hello, Tommy. I'm going to make you famous, Tommy. And I clearly clicked the wrong button at some point. Although, you know what's funny about that? A lot of my characters, I've got like extra landscape soldier tokens. Yeah, let's just run with it. Let's keep my ally. I've got so much time built up that I can't even burn off the extra tokens, so... QPs must die. Just doing my best to keep up with chat. Eldalus says, make sure if you donate, folks, you fill out the survey rewards. Cave Crusher, huh? I did not make it. Yep. Sil Maria says, hi, Big Ed. Hello, Sil Maria. Welcome. Hopefully I'm not butchering that pronunciation too badly. Ooh, the respawn's getting me. Good thing I pulled out my Herbalife rep. Make sure you guys get in on the giveaway. Well, this is terrible. Got an empty Coke Zero bottle. I don't know what I'm going to do about it. Except open another one. It's crisp. It's delicious. Still not a sponsor. Very disappointing. Guess I need to go up to the top of the other side. I guess those trolls aren't too bad either. That's weird, the defilers rush you instead of casting spells from afar. We're probably going to get chased up the stairs, but that's okay. Leave my herbalist alone. You can try picking on somebody with two swords and a bad attitude. Ed, you shouted out the wrong Napster, just saying it needs the... Okay. I was wondering, I'm like, just chatting. That doesn't sound right. Thank you, Tommy. Or Ponton. We're into the giveaway, but I will be leaving to get the hubby from work around midnight. Well, hopefully you won't miss out. If you're not here, they'll just draw another name. Then we're going to give you the heartbreaking news when you're back. Well, there's all kinds of goodies up here and nobody guarding them. That's a good deal. Oh, anyway, I don't think I finished telling you my story about eating the almonds. So there was some schmutz in my eye. And as soon as I opened my eye, it fell in my eyeball, and there must have been dust from those Carolina Reaper almonds. It was instant searing pain. I was like, oh my God, what happened? I thought maybe Mrs. Mustafa was mad at me. She threw acid in my face while I was asleep, which could happen at any time. But thankfully, it was just the Carolina Reaper seasoning. I had to run into the bathroom, and it was a very rude way to wake up, I don't mind telling you. I ran into the bathroom and flushed my eye out with cold water, and it cleared up. And then Monday night, after I got done with work, and it was Halloween, I cooked dinner, and I made chicken and rice, and I came into the bedroom, and I was doing some dailies for World of Warships and Lotro, task item turn-ins and that kind of thing. And I finished off the last of those almonds. And I'll be danged if I didn't get another piece of seasoning dust in my eye and had to go flush it out again. It was like, this is a very painful snack. So yeah, be careful with that. If you guys buy some of those, you don't want to get the dust in your eye. It was excruciating. Sam Burke says, I'm going to go make more American hot tuna cheese melts. It's a good recipe I found. Yeah, tuna melt's a great sandwich, especially this time of year, and if you can have a little bit of soup to go with the tuna melt, nothing wrong with that. It's just a great all-arounder. Mrs. M had just a little bit of a procedure to clean up some stuff on Monday, and so Monday night I cooked, and I made chicken and rice from scratch, and it turned out delicious. And her response was, it's gross, I don't want to eat this. Everything tasted gross to her all week. It was wearing me out. So then all of a sudden she finally got a food craving the other day, I want a fish sandwich. I want a vanilla shake. So I was ordered to get her this, and she's recuperating, so I know she's, you know, a little moody and not very happy about not being as mobile as she normally is. Foot surgery's no fun. Don't get it if you don't have to. Somebody picking on my herbalist? Yes. No, she's just stuck on a rock. Oh, we do have an archer picking on her. Okay. So I made chicken and rice, and she didn't like that, and she wanted a fish sandwich and a vanilla shake. And I had to go pick up a prescription for her, and it took me away from the nearest McDonald's quite a ways. So I was like, well, no problem. We've got a Sonic. I'll bet they've got a fish sandwich and a vanilla shake. Hi, do you guys have fish sandwiches? No, we don't, because I know they all run fish sandwiches during Lent, but they don't have them year-round. So literally right next door to the Sonic is an Arby's, and when Arby's has a fish sandwich, Arby's fish sandwiches are super yummy. Probably the best overall nationwide fast food fish sandwich, at least that I've tried. Somebody told me Culver's has a good fish sandwich, but I haven't tried their fish sandwich. So I go to Arby's. No fish sandwich. So I'm 0 for 2. I'm like, oh, not to worry. I know Burger King's got the big BK Big Fish, and I can get her a vanilla shake and a fish sandwich. Hi, welcome to Burger King. Our system's down. Can you not take orders? No, we can't. I'm sorry. So I couldn't even order food at the Burger King, much less the vanilla shake. So I come home, I told her, look, I went 3 different places, read me the riot act. You'd have thought I had taken my belt to her for as much noise as she was making. I was just completely cruel and useless, and how dare I not come home with a fish sandwich and a vanilla shake. Read me the riot act. I forget what I even made for her that night. She grudgingly ate some of it and just mostly was in a foul mood. So yesterday, all I heard all day was fish sandwich. She's calling me at work randomly going, I want a vanilla shake with the fish sandwich. I know, honey. Fish sandwich. When are you bringing me a fish sandwich? I want a fish sandwich for lunch. I'm not for lunch, honey. You're going to have to fend for yourself for lunch. And so when I got ready to leave work, I ordered McDonald's online, and I got her filet of fish combo, and instead of a soda, I tried to order a shake. Yeah, shake machine's down. You can't order shakes. It's like, wow, okay. So I look, and they had a mango pineapple smoothie, and I'm like, she might go for that if I get her the smoothie. So I got her filet of fish combo with the mango pineapple smoothie. She liked the smoothie, so that seemed to have improved her mood quite a bit. So tonight, as I'm leaving work, I'm like, well, she's okay on the fish sandwich. Maybe I can just pick her up a shake. So I was getting text messages today, strawberry shake. I want a strawberry shake. And I'm like, all right. I spoil her. She would deny that. So I download the Burger King app, and there's a better Burger King by my office than the one I tried to stop by the pharmacy at. And I'm like, well, these guys normally have their poop in a group. So I get online, I order her like a double cheeseburger meal with fries and a Sprite Zero, which I thought was cool. You could actually order a Sprite Zero. That's not very common in this day and age. I actually like Sprite Zero and can't hardly find it anywhere, unless you buy 12 packs of cans. Anyway, so I order her burger combo because she's like, you know, the nurse said I need to eat protein to help me heal. It's like, okay. So That was just code for bring me food. And I order her strawberry shake. I get all the way to the drive-up window. I've prepaid for the food with Google Pay. And as I pull up to get my order, the guy in the window is like, "Oh, I'm sorry, the shake machine's down. We don't have ice cream." I'm just like, okay, well, I've already prepaid for the order. What can we do about that? He's like, "Well, you can have any other menu item." And I'm like, okay, well, what else is about $3.50? I'm like, how about an original chicken sandwich? So I came home, no shake. Ooh, a rare Gundabad chest. Bacchus, you'll want to note where this is so when you come to collect all the rare chests, you can find this one. So, yeah, their shake machine was down. The other Burger King's whole system was down. Nobody else had fish sandwiches. The universe is conspiring against Mrs. Mustafa to prevent her from getting her shake. Bacchus says, I have a mod that does that for me these days. Very nice. Mango lassi is super good if you've never had. A lot of Middle Eastern cuisine carries them. Yeah, we go out for Indian food fairly regularly, and Mrs. Mustafa usually orders a mango lassi. Very yummy. Mangoes and yogurt in drinkable form is a happy thing. Kipio, you made it! I thanked you earlier, even though you weren't here. F. Duddy, Kipio, and Mandalorian 2K, and Anonymous, and who else did we get on here? Be nice if I could see the whole list. Now somebody scrolled off. Anyway, we're already at $180. The night is young, but if you can throw $2, $3, $5, doesn't have to be a 20 or a 50. That would be appreciated. But we've had some great big generous donations during El Galadin stream. I've had some very generous contributions both before tonight and during the stream. Very much appreciated. But don't feel like it has to be a big round number. If I could just get everybody on the channel right now to donate $3, I would probably be at my goal. And if everybody who was watching donated $5, then I'd definitely break my goal. But I appreciate you guys being here. I appreciate the opportunity to help with the Extra Life fundraiser. It's a great cause. And anything that can make children's health more affordable in the Midwest, I am down with. We got more Grodbog. We got raiders and raid leaders. Oh, we're doing good. It looks like the herbalist is taking care of me. All right. Marty Dochill, well, congratulations. You have won a title. Zeus Pawner says, which server does Big Ed play on? I play on all of them. If it's a free-to-play server for English speakers, I'm there. Tonight it's Arkenstone. I play on Crick Hollow and Evernight quite regularly. I've got characters on Landerville, on Gladden, on Brandywine, Laurelin. Because all of my accounts are free to play, I don't play on the legendary servers. Sounds like you guys are having a good time with that, though. He did not make it. Let's see what's upstairs. I remember a remark earlier about your ghost pepper fiasco. That's too bad it didn't happen on stream. Thanks, Gipio. It was searingly painful, and it wasn't just ghost peppers. It was Carolina Reaper, and it was very unpleasant. Ooh, finally, wargs. Orcs and wargs. Orcs and wargs. We're gonna kill some orcs and wargs. What else we got? I gotta destroy supplies and I gotta destroy weapon racks? No, supplies and provisions. So they're gonna be back down this way. I'm just missing one or two of each, I think. There are no bad Lotro servers. If you believe your server is the best server, then it is the best server. Unless you're having bad lag, and then your server's annoying. Elves in space. I was already up here. Just remember, Bacchus, that's where that rare chest is that you need to collect. Well, servers that don't have chat that understands you are bad. Yeah, I don't play on the French or German servers. But that's like 2 out of 15. Plus, even on the English-speaking servers, people are usually like, what the heck is Big Ed talking about? I don't know, just let him rant. Oh, there's some work supplies I missed earlier. These trolls are soft and weak. I will crush them. What else am I missing? Place the edible mushrooms in a supply chest. Thank you, Eldolith, for flashing that link. Let's see if we can get a little bit more cash for Extra Life. Galadwin hit her goal. Standing Stone Games has exceeded their goal. I'm woefully short. And to be honest, I should have been promoting it more than I did, but I was still trying to figure out some of the mechanics. This is actually the first time I've even had the donation bar on display. I just figured that out the other night for the first time. Like, there's got to be a way there's a donation bar. And sure enough, I went poking around. I've got to be honest, part of my problem has been I haven't been streaming for as long as I normally have, and I haven't had the free time to play with different stream settings. Mrs. M has required more of my attention than usual, and it's taken up a lot of free time. She's worth it, though. I know I'd be completely lost without her because she tells me so all the time. You're a complete idiot. You'd be lost without me. It's like, I know you. Nobody's suggesting that I'm not an idiot. There we go. It turns out you can hit them a lot easier if you're facing them. Ponton says, I have the name Ponton taken every server, even though I don't really play on the other servers much. I did several years ago for a special event I was doing. Curious says, hey man, you do you, family first. Plus, as I've mentioned previously, my marriage works on one simple principle. If I do what I'm told, I won't get hurt. Strawberry, shake it off, shake it off. And that woman is not happy to not get ice cream, I can tell you that. And we've got strawberry yogurt in the fridge. I've got a whole bucket of Halloween candy left. We never get any trick-or-treaters, but I long vowed I would never be the house that didn't have Halloween candy on Halloween. So I always buy it every year, and the benefit is that I get to eat it all, too. Mrs. Mustafa's not much of a chocolate person, so more for me. That's a happy thing. Ice cream is ice cream, though. Yeah, you're not wrong. And I've thought about just buying ice cream and making shakes at home. Because one of the things she wanted for Christmas in the worst way, Mrs. Mustafa seems to be eerily susceptible to TV advertising. Because one year she just demanded a Magic Bullet blender and used it like twice and hasn't touched the thing in ages. So we could just make shakes at home, but they're messy and I don't really feel like making shakes, so I did not vote for that option. Plus we don't have a lot of room in the freezer. There we go. Orc Slayer, Orc Kind Slayer complete. Nice. I'm already finishing deeds out here. At least advancing deeds. So we've got a signature. He looks like a pushover. We'll eat some food. Essence of Perry. Come here, Mr. Elite Mob, so I can punish you. He wasn't that tough. Celestia checking in. Hello, Celestia. Vanilla can be accessorized with so much. And my typing's terrible. There we go. Yep. Well, I corrected Celestia and I didn't correct the SP. There's a shout out. Three Musketeers and Reese's are quite tasty. You've never had a Heath bar, Gipio? Yeah, Heath bars are the best. I love using hamstring. When you're fighting a boss like that and you drop him to his knees, that's just, I'm like, yeah. Really, I love chocolate and toffee. I'll look for one next time I'm in the market. What's weird is Heath and Score are both toffee bars from the same company. They taste quite different. I actually bought one of each not too long ago from my buddy Marty at Smedge's Snacks here in Omaha to try. Ooh, that's interesting. So I need that supply chest, and I don't know how to get there from here. Gundabad Stalker? I guess I just need to go around here. But the respawn rate was pretty fast. Antler says, hey Ed, I think Rem is trying to get a hold of you. I'll tell him that you are currently streaming and would get to talk to him when you can. He knows I stream on Friday nights. So, he hates being excluded, but I'm not the reason he's not allowed on Loto stream. That's all him. This is bad. There, that's the move. I love that hamstring. I love dropping a big bag mob onto his knees. You will bow before me. Put number 9 into your rotation, it cuts the animation time so your 3-strike swings are instant. Oh, there we go. You have to be able to count tonight. Clobber? Oh, interrupts inductions. Perfect. Another quest complete. Ooh, and my other weapon racks here. Supply lines have been severed. Alright, let's go get the captain and Tennille. Who's your favorite character in The Lord of the Rings, or the one you resonate a lot with? That's a good question. I guess I hadn't really thought about it too much. It's hard not to empathize a lot with Samwise Gamgee. You know, he's involved in something way bigger than himself. He doesn't truly understand it, but he wants to be there for his friends. You know, there's a lot to relate to with him. Recently discovered salsa verde Doritos, and they're quite delicious. Eldalus is giving away the sleeping gray cat housing item. That's pretty awesome. It's actually Elgaladwin running the giveaways now? Okay. Oh, Elgaladwin messaged. Yep, okay. I'll try to read chat more closely. And thank you, Elgaladwin, for doing that. Killed by Herbalist. I will avenge you. Sevenfold, I think is a band name. And she's back. Need 5 or 6 more Lotro streamers whose names begin with L to join the team, just to up the ante. Curious, as I concur, Ed, Elgaladwin is pretty fabulous. I think we will keep her. Dang it, those guys were supposed to stay stunned longer. Yeah, it's okay. Looks like we're going to survive that fight just fine, too. Thank heaven for herbalists. He did not make it. Okay. Let's see if we can figure out... Well, first of all, let's see if we can figure out what this Gundabad Skarn is at. Because crafting. There's some right up around the corner here. Or I don't read good. Maybe both. I'm not a fan of the way those things seem to be able to sap my power. Oh, nice. Sam is a great character all around. I agree. Fool of a Took. Grimmerthan, congratulations. Celestia's dad did the best Gollum voices. Elzinger? I like it. That's not Skarn, that's a bat. How do I get to the Skarn? Where is the Skarn at? I don't know how to get back there to it. Maybe it's up top. Maybe I need to go up instead of down. That could be. What city are you in? Well, in Middle Earth, I'm in Gundabad. Do you mean... What city do I live in? In game, I am in Gundabad. I'm in a section called Konglagam. Klonganam? I don't know. Is the Skarn around the corner? $500 Lotro points. Holy cow. Nice. Where's that Skarn at? Yeah, that Skarn must be up top somewhere. That's a bummer. We ride for up top somewhere and for glory. Good luck, everybody. Man, 500 Lotro points, that's pretty sweet. Now, I'm not saying El Galadwin would rig the drawing, but it's possible that karma might help you out if you make a donation to Extra Life. I'm not saying there's any relationship between you donating and you winning those Lotro points, but could it hurt? You won't know till you try. Hey, look at that. There's that Skarn I couldn't get to. Just hope the stone troll doesn't attack me. Throw a few bucks towards the fundraiser. Antler's heading off to bed. Good night, Antler. Thanks for hanging out, bud. So this was fun. We got to explore a little bit. We got to kill a bunch of stuff. And I think I probably have task items now. I do. We'll go to the kin house because it's closer to the task item boards. Good night, Antler. Apparently my herbalist did not travel with me.
Hello, friend. Can I help you with something?
Trash. 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 Maybe I don't have any task items. Looks like a lot of the stuff I collected is not tradable. Cracked axes are, though. Got a couple of those. That's a good deal. Got a couple of those claws. Those are tradable. The hell do I have a light carapace for? Dirty filth. I must have been doing something out in the Shire. I couldn't even begin to imagine what. That's pretty funny. Matted fur, dirty ears. Level 8, level 8. Yeah, the level 8 task items I'm not going to keep. Severed sword sheaths. A lot of vendor trash in Gundabad. Interesting. If I did get enough good stuff, I've got some things to trade in. That's okay. And more sunstones. Plus you get to pick some Gundabad flowers, which is shockingly looks a lot like rocks. You know me, Zinger, I love the flower picking. Better clip that. Ed trashing task items. Those weren't task items, though. Those were just vendor trash. I was carefully checking each one. So it's pretty much going to be cracked axes and frost-rimmed claws. It's okay, I've got at least 50 of each. Wrong item, Ed. Pay attention to what you're clicking on. That should be 10 of 10 for the day. It is. I'm going to go add that to the pile. Task limit reached. Earned some Lotro points. Killed some orcs. Feel pretty good about that. Got something in the mail. Oh, reward track resets. I can't even imagine what this looks like. I can claim level 1. Oh, no, it looks like I'm up to almost level 4. When was the last time I played this character, Zinger? 2 years ago? I parked her when you and I were still doing Lotro Stream together on Fridays. It's been a while.
What do you need?
We'll have to check it, Mandalinia too. I just don't look at it that much. I'm not a big fan of the reward tracks. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, but a lot of it just seems trivial. It's like, oh, you got a few extra points of some minor thing that doesn't really matter. It's like, oh, cool. In fact, we'll just go to Rivendell. I mean, I'm not a game designer. I'd hate to have to come up with new stuff all the time like they do. But it's like bumping my critical on some trait from 26,241 to 26,312. Doesn't really do that much for me. That's all I'm saying. Well, that's true. I'm used to getting really cool stuff like jump
Hey,
emotes
go
and
home.
gun skins. Can you go to Moria? I sure can. I have the technology. You missed it earlier, Dirty Jackson. El Galadwin was all over Moria, showing off the second hall before and after the final battle. We want to see bad Moria shiz. Well, sure, that could be a thing. I can go to Mordor. I can go to Minas Morgul. I can go to the Lonely Mountain. There we go. And my greatsword. Well, my first time catching a live stream. I usually catch the YouTube reruns. Denry Kamar, welcome. Or is it Den Reichmar? Either way, glad you're here. And yeah, shout out to the folks who watch the YouTube replays. I'm just glad you guys are able to enjoy some Lotro vicariously while you're stuck at work or stuck at school or, you know, waiting for your wife at the doctor's office for hours on end. So let's take a look. What kind of shape are we in? That sounds a little specific, Ed. I've spent a lot of time in hospital waiting rooms and doctor's offices the last 3 weeks. Mrs. M's recovering nicely, though. She's starting to get her appetite back. She's getting around on her own well. And I think we're actually making plans to go out this weekend, so that's exciting. So let's compare the heraldry to the one I've already got on and see if it's worth upgrading stuff. I usually go for the rares because they're not that expensive. You don't have to find super weird stuff to trade in to get them. Where are we at? Looking for the owl. So that's a pretty big jump. I'd say that's well worth buying. Oh, except I'm an idiot. I needed the ox, not the owl. See, I've been playing my Runekeeper on Evernight a lot. She's actually out-leveled Galandriel. So I just instantly went for the wrong one, which is pretty funny. So don't need will on a champion. I don't have enough room to do that. I think I've run into this before. Alright, I'll save that for later. So Ox is might then vitality. No, it's heavy on vitality. That's actually fine. So that's a nice upgrade. Hey, I got the writing characteristic. I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to do with that. What else we got? Virtue Accelerator, Tracery Reclamation Scroll, Tracery Token Incomparable. Legendary Item Box. I don't really need any of that. We'll close it. Okay, well, that's one. So many windows, not enough screen space. It says you don't have it, it means you hit or are over the ancient script cap. Okay. Oh, I'm quite a bit over. It's 10,000, isn't it? So, fix that. These are words of power. We're going to be looking for what am I doing? Okay. Brutal strikes, devastating strikes. Oh, those are going to be out in the other room. Incoming healing bonus. Area of effect target count. Another ox. Since I've got one to spend, we'll spend it. That's a big old jump in stats. $131 rare. So we've got perfect recovery, grand willpower. Tactical mitigation's always helpful. Ponton is heading off. Ponton, have a great one, bud. Kurt's here. Congratulations, Kurt. Welcome. That's a nice win. What is it on my weapon, I wonder? Powered blades, physical mastery, critical. That's interesting. Empowered blades doesn't even stack. Heroic precision can. Good thing not being able to sleep sometimes. Well, watching me ought to help knock you right out, Kurt. Hang in there, buddy. So what do you guys think in chat? Should I sell out and go for max crit? Is there something I'm missing I should get? I feel like spreading these out. I'm missing the boat on some bonuses, but I don't really know. My philosophy is usually weapons are for doing damage, and my runestone is for buffs, defense, and healing. But the way the traceries are set up, that's not really how you do it. Thingerth says, I think there's one called Heroic Precision that's really nice. Yeah, I've already got the old one on my sword. Is there a maximum to your crit rating? I'm not the best person to ask. I still haven't 100% figured out how that works yet. Yeah, none of us have. I definitely haven't. One of the reasons I like streaming is so you guys can bring me up to speed on stuff. That's a true story. Powered blades. Powered block. Powered destruction. Max crit rating depends on level. $264,000 points. So it's only 10%. It looks like I could use a lot more critical. Gipio's heading off to bed. Gipio, have a good night. Hopefully we'll get a chance to hang on Sunday. So what's the verdict? Is 10% chance of crit on level good, or do I need to bump that up quite a bit more? 2 of the precision traceries should provide a set bonus to increase crit magnitude or something. 2 of them will get me like a 3% bonus crit chance, and 4 of them would get me a much higher critical rating. So we'll just get 4 of those and see how we like that. There's 1 set bonus. I always come back later and change it out if I feel like I'm lacking something. Well, let's see what that did to my crit rating. Now it's 371,000. I like that. And now my crit percentage on level is 15% instead of 10.9 or whatever it was. So that's like a 50% increase to my crit chance. Okay, cool. Then ironically, a lot of this stuff, I can change them out, but it's not that big of a deal. Let's go to the Great Sword while I'm here too. That's not the Great Sword. Where's the Great Sword? Crafting carry-all. That's fantastic. I'm still looking for that sword. There it is. Well, that definitely needed some upgrading, didn't it? Critical and parry. Heroic, alacrity is for finesse. Well, that's super weird. He should be alphabetical, and for some reason heroic precision's not showing up. Yeah, heroic precision. Why can't I find it for the two-handed sword? Do they only let you buy 4, so if you switch weapons, you can't use it? That just seems weird. Oh, no, I had it highlighted. I'm completely missing it. I am an idiot. Okay, we'll buy 2 more. Put them on the two-handed sword. And that way the two-handed sword will get the same critical bonus as the one-handed sword. I'm not a smart man. For some reason I went Heraldry of the Bear instead of Ox. I think Bear is even. Lion is might heavy. Bear is 50-50. We're close to it. Make sure we get on the right level here. I'm probably going to go Ox again. I feel like Vitality is probably the way to go. Physical Mastery. Physical Mastery. Okay, final answer. Alright, that's all of this I'm going to do tonight. I don't want to put everybody to sleep. I enjoy hanging out with you guys, and if you're all unconscious, that will greatly cut down on our fun. But you know what love is. Try page 2. So I updated all of those. The only ones I haven't done are my class traceries, and I don't think there's that big of a push. I'll look real quick, I guess. Even though I just said I wasn't going to do this, we'll go ahead and do it. If you can't torture chat, what's the point of streaming? Character window. So let's see what the new Brutal Strikes damage one does. I had to get on level. 131 rare. There we are. Brutal Strikes damage. 45%. It's, yeah, I mean, it's like 22,000 physical mastery instead of 18,300. It's not a huge, I mean, it's a numbers game. Feral and Savage. Wild Attacks probably on page 2. Oh, that actually gives a might bonus. That might be worth it. That's like an extra 1,000 might. That's interesting. That's a secondary trait for that. All that really mattered was reforging the weapon up to the base DPS, and the heraldic tracery boosts nicely. I'll take the extra 1,000 might. That can't hurt. Swift strike, blade damage, and power cost. Ferocious strikes, cooldown, and damage. That's going to be page 1. That gives me another 4,000 boost to my critical rating. Again, not a huge deal. Fight on critical chance. What else we got here? Yeah, okay, that basically finishes off the one-handed sword. So, yeah, the rest of those can definitely wait. It's not a huge difference on any of them. And that's, I mean, at the end of the day, if you dive into this stuff too hard, it's almost like you're doing a math story problem. It's like Galadriel, the champion, has this percentage. How many more traceries will she need before she can up her percentage? And it's just, it all just feels like, it's like, oh, congratulations. You got from 12.2 to 12.7% critical chance. It's like, alright, that was a lot of fuss over nothing. Free Hobbit present. Scroll of Universal Crafting Lore. Now that's one of the Tedments we haven't done yet. You know where I haven't been in a really long time? Is the rep protected crafting area. El Galadwin says the current giveaway for account-wide aid to those in need. She's closing the raffle in just a few minutes. Make sure you get in on it. Canna checking in. Hi, Canna. And Lad Galer. Make sure you guys are donating. Seems to have gotten really quiet on that front. Just throw a few bucks my way. I promise I won't buy computer parts with it or spend it on radio control airplane stuff. It all goes to Extra Life. Yeah, I was talking Wednesday night about my utter and total lack of interest in a $1,600 video card like the RTX 4090. And I mean, I love video gaming, I love high-powered PCs, but at some point, things are just stupid. $1,600 for a video card just rubs me the wrong way. If you're thinking about a $1,600 video card, do yourself and the world a favor. Buy a $700 video card and donate $500 or $700 or $900 to your local food bank. You'll be able to game and play whatever you want just fine on a $600 or $700 video card, and you can save yourself a whole lot of grief. I mean, the problem with that $1,600 video card is 18 months from now it's going to be worth about $600. They'll come out with something newer, shinier, faster, and they don't hold their value. You're going to end up wanting to replace it sooner rather than later anyway. And, why do that to yourself? You can get just as much gaming utility out of a much less expensive card and do something good for folks in your community. That's my advice. It's your money. You can spend it how you like. But I've gotten rid of enough computer hardware over the last few decades that even spending $300 on a video card kind of grates my nerves. I wouldn't have the video card I have if I didn't basically get it for free, trading out my old card for a newer one. I've told that story again, so I won't repeat it. But yeah, let's do some crafting here. It's not going to be anything super exciting. I did get a little bit of skarn while we were poking around Gundabad, so I can just make some ingots. And I did promise I might make some jewelry or do some jewelry crafting in the Twitter message, so maybe we'll polish some gems. Candace says, how do I support the cause? Celestia says, I agree, right? They keep raising the price. If Hard Hit wins, he needs to give it to me for back child support. Anyway, Celestia flashed the link. You can go there and just donate a few bucks. $2, $3, $5. Doesn't have to be a lot of money. Ginger, congratulations. Ginger says, draw someone else. I have that title. Ooh, I can make Gundabad hope tokens. It does seem useful. Except I need a workbench. I was just excited to have a superior forge to work on. Compared to Westimate tokens, they're basically the same thing. Yeah, but it's something I can actually make that's quasi-useful. So, there you go. I think Ginger requesting a redraw has broken El Galadwin's brain. Way to be paying attention, Hard Hit. You're congratulating Ginger after she already said redraw. She already has that title and it's account wide. Oh, you guys were talking. Okay, good deal. She did still win. That's true, Hard Hit. You're not wrong. All right, well, let's just polish some sunstones. XPGC Sir Simba checking in. Hello. It's going great. We're having a good time. I managed to put almost 10 viewers to sleep just by staring at the tracery screens for as long as I did. But yeah, I dusted off my level 130 champ, put a level on her, explored some of Gundabad, getting a little crafting done. Let's go through the Tedments together. Oh, I don't know I ever transferred the Tedmet photo over to Linux. I had to have. I'm sure I've used it before. Nope, Labor Day stuff. Pictures? Nope. Downloads? Nope. Anyway, Zinger put together a very humorous infographic about the 5 Tedments of quality Lotro streaming. Since I don't have the graphic available, I'll simply remind everybody. They are thou shalt fish, thou shalt craft, thou shalt do thy task item turn-ins, thou shalt manage thy inventory, and thou shalt eat on camera. I have completed all 5 Tedments. It's been a successful stream. So, and we've done a little bit of jewelry crafting. We've polished some sunstones. And for an added bonus, you guys got to watch me hem and haw over my legendary items for a while. That's super fun. Congratulations, McKex. Ginger, with you having all these titles and stuff, if I didn't know any better, I would swear that maybe you hang out on Lotro a lot. I kind of like the hot tub meme you made. Have I seen the hot tub meme? Thou shalt incapacitate thyself for Gipio's amusement. That just happens by happenstance. It's not really a Tedment. Oh, your face? Was that my face in the hot tub, really? I've got to go look at that meme. I don't think I ever paid enough attention to realize that was supposed to be me. Discord. Was that under Humor of Hard Hit? Nope. General? Nope. Friday Night Heists? Nope. Gypsies, Tramps, and Thieves. Yep. That's not my face in the hot tub. I don't know who else that is in the hot tub. I'm clearly missing something, Hard Hit. You'll have to explain it to me. I never moved anything to the new laptop, so it'd be on some flash drive. I'll look for it. Singer probably has it. Okay. Well, back to the Lotro fun. So yeah, we've done the stuff. I just need to get the mushrooms placed. So, if we go back to the housing area, so I also posted a picture of a lasagna that I made. I had a big bowl of leftover chili, and Mrs. Mustafa wasn't digging the chili. So I made lasagna with lasagna noodles, but instead of a bolognese, a meat sauce, I used the leftover chili as the meat sauce, and then added a large amount of cheese. And it turned out spectacularly yummy, but because she wasn't feeling well, she didn't like that much either. And I've got a big pan of it still left in the fridge. I thought it was terrific. I had 3 big pieces. So I told her we will be eating some leftovers this weekend because I've got some of that chicken and rice that I made that turned out really good, and the chili lasagna. And when all that cheese melted in with the chili, it was like this big oozing pan of delicious chili queso dip that just happened to have some lasagna noodles in it to give it some structure. It was quite good. Oh, I want the... Okay. I'm like, where the hell am I going? I forgot what I was doing. I got so excited talking about that lasagna, I lost my mind for a minute. Gundabad. We'll go back. Oh, and that was the other thing I wanted to do. I was hoping for alerts when I got more donations. Canna coming in with a donation. He says, I love you, Hard Hit. At least it said, I love you, HH. I assume he meant Hard Hit. He could have meant Hugh Hefner, but... We frequently joke about Cannablick and Hard Hit arguing over who gets to be the big spoon tonight. Ginger says, I think I need to call it a day. Y'all have fun and a good night. Canna, thank you for supporting the fundraiser. I very much appreciate it. I think it'd be shameful if Hard Hit didn't respond with a like donation.
Have you a moment?
Oh, I think that's the dude who killed me, was Kurthar. Is that the goblin near the entrance? See if I can figure out where I need to drop the mushrooms at. Pick up some more quests here.
Hail, friend.
Test your prospecting skills and choose the correct rock. Geode Hunter. I say round rock. Ah, you have a keen eye, my friend. A beautiful geode was hidden inside. I knew that the round shape denoted a hollow mineral deposit with crystals inside. Because, you know... I'm always thinking, I'm a thinker. Hello, stable master.
Yes.
Longbeard messenger. Crystal torches.
Gundabad should be ours at last.
Expedition rations.
Glory awaits us.
Collect pork. That sounds delicious. That's a very good idea. I heard the craziest thing. Do you guys realize there are people out there who don't eat pork? I can't even imagine. Bacchus, have you ever heard such a silly thing before in your whole life? There's the supply chest. Now you'll be able to collect rocks in the wild. I'm excited. Yeah, let's see if I can find that little turd who put me down when I first got here. We're going to find him. We're going to make him pay. Yep. Okay, pro player tip. Try to be on a combat skill bar when you enter combat if you can help it. Second pro player tip. Try not to be holding your fishing rod when you enter combat. Since for some reason you can't drop it and draw your sword, because in real life that would take like a second and a half, but for some reason in Middle Earth it's just not possible at all. Celtic Warlord agrees. El Galadwin, in a tireless effort, is launching another giveaway. We got 100 Lotro points coming up. That's pretty solid. If you're one of those cheap chiseling free-to-play players like me, you got to grind for every Lotro point. El Galadwin will hit you up with 100 of them for free. That's just gravy right there, boys and girls. Get in on that. Now do I have this quest? Nope. So just putting world chat on Arkenstone. OMG, LotroStream is giving away so much stuff. Check out twitch.tv LotroStream. There's some self-promoting for you. Cruisian, if you type exclamation point giveaway and you're following the channel, you can win 100 Lotro points in just a minute. El Galadwin's getting ready to draw, and welcome. We just gave away a 500 point code. We've been giving away housing pets. We've been giving away titles. There's all kinds of cool stuff you can win tonight. You're in the right place. Also, we're doing a fundraiser for Extra Life. Standing Stone Games has the whole stream team here participating, and I was given the chance to join this year and was excited to do so. So I'm sure we'll have a link flashing where you can go donate. Get in on the fun. Don't feel like you got to dig too deep if it's not a good time for you. $2, $3, $5 is fine. We've had some very generous donors. $50, $20, $25. We've had, I think El Galadwin had somebody donate $150. Very nice. Oh, I wonder if somebody just killed him. I thought he was right around here, that dude I had to whack. There's a bounty on him. Maybe he's over here. No, these just look like regular raiders. And don't have any room for that restoration. That's okay. What did I want to do? Probably eat some food. Pop some scrolls. Note to self, have scholar make better than Doomfold level scrolls. I've got a full crafting circle on Arkenstone, so I should be able to craft whatever the heck I want. Okay, I was here earlier. Well, that's weird. I wonder where that annoying little goblin was that wrecked me earlier. Might have even been up a level. Arkenstone's a good server. I agree. It's one of like my 15 most favorite servers. I play on all of the free-to-play English-speaking servers. And I would play on the German and French servers, but I don't parlez-vous or sprechen the Deutsch. Oddly enough, Mrs. Mustafa, who is Korean, is fairly fluent in conversational German. I just figured it's some kind of whole axis of evil thing, but I don't really know. When I ask her questions like that, she just tells me to shut my mouth. You shut up, mister. I just want you to stand there and look pretty, and you're not doing a very good job of that. I know, honey. I'm sorry. I didn't really need to come in here to fight anything, but I wanted to get the sandstone. Plus 2 geodes, gypsum. Totally worth it. I thought they were attacking my... We are giving stuff away, boys and girls. El Galadwin will be drawing for 100 Lotro points here in just a minute. And we've got plenty more stuff to give away. Hopefully I can last a little while yet. I have to get up at 4:30 a.m. to drive Mrs. Mustafa in the morning, but I get to come home and go back to sleep, and she doesn't, so... If I can catch an extra 3 hours of shut-eye before I have to go pick her back up, then that'll work out okay. Hello, little Grodbog. Ooh, granite. Must have a bleed on. Plus 2 geodes, quartz. He didn't make it. That's interesting. His raider friends don't attack if you don't AoE them. Okay, if you guys are all done bugging me, I'm gonna loot this scarn now. Going to lower the craftable fish price in market. 2 gold to 1.5 per fish. Nice. Can you fish in Lotro? I didn't know that was a thing. Basalt. Amethyst geode. Quartz. Limestone. Agate. Apparently I don't want to walk off that ledge. It looks like that might be kind of steep. There's limestone. I can see it. I can't get to it from here. It's fun, but it's a long grind. He's a lieutenant. We're going to put him down. It's weird, I was able to stun the orc, but not the bat. Trinian, congratulations. Hopefully you're here. Congratulations. I'll bet if you guys are really nice to El Galadwin, she might give some more stuff away. We'll let her catch her breath, though. I really appreciate you sticking around and running the raffles for me. I'm easily distracted as it is. I like to murder them dead. Let's go back out the way we came. This whole thing just kind of dead ends around on itself. If I don't take too long, I don't have to fight everything I just killed to get back out of here. Yep. There we go. Thank you, Eldolith. And thank you, Twisted Alaskan, for asking. Even though paying attention to the donations made me have to say something nice about Cannablick, I suppose it's still worth it if it helps the kids. Specifically, I'm trying to raise money for St. Luke's in Sioux City, Iowa. Defeat cave beasts. Oh, okay, I didn't realize that was a thing. Still lurking and listening, been dealing with the cornea abrasion since Thursday night, so appreciative of El Galadwin running giveaways tonight, so I had a break. Catching a break is a good thing. And I don't usually get a chance to hang out with y'all, so I'm glad El Galadwin and Eldolith are here. How fun is that? It's just some raiders. I do Twitch lives now and then, but rare. Well, we'll give you a shout out. We're glad you're here hanging out. I tried streaming. It never worked out. Same here, Insane Cobain. It has not worked out for me either. The trick is to just try to stick with it as best you can. Well, about 7 years in, I'm hoping things will start to click eventually. Diablo Immortal. Neverfind says, I think you got another donation, Ed. Let's check and see. Yeah, I don't know why I'm not getting live alerts, but yeah, Twisted Alaskan. Twisted Alaskan coming in with a big piece of my goal. I thank you very much for that. That was very generous. $100 donation from Twisted Alaskan. Thank you for supporting the fundraiser, and I'm just excited to do my small part to help push Standing Stone Games and the whole team on to bigger and better totals. So I tried to stick with it. People just don't appreciate classic gaming anymore. El Galadwin says, and I'm grateful for Eldolith always running the giveaways on my stream. New giveaway is the Anniversary Celebration Corgi. Code usable up to 6 times, so yeah, very cool. Like a limestone cowboy. Quartz and agate. We've got a sage's coffer. We've got a weird totem. Not sure what that's doing there, but okay. Let's go walk along here and see where we get to. As El Galadwin showed us earlier, you never know when a crack in the wall might lead to figurative or literal Easter eggs. And that's really the thing to do, El Galadwin. If you have Easter eggs, you make deviled eggs out of them. It might seem wrong, but deviled eggs are yummy. And I'll fight any one of you who disagrees. Till whenever Ed is done, though, we're still happy to have donations earlier. Oops, I mean later. So yeah, that's a good point Eldolith and El Galadwin bring up is, if it's a bad time, you get paid next week instead of this week. In fact, I think my payday is a week from today. You'll be able to still contribute. Wait for payday to roll around. Just come to Lotro Stream and type !EL, and the donation link will pop up for you. They're not going to be cutting it off or anything, so we'll go through the end of the month, and no time is a bad time to donate to a worthy cause. Loaded potato salad. Mmm. That's Elda that would be the actual answer. Nah, definitely not wrong. Deviled eggs are the best. Deviled eggs are super yummy. Loaded potato salad? They make a deviled egg potato salad that's terrific. How can you not love that? Actually, one of the things that's been funny is Mrs. Mustafa's taste buds have been off for a few weeks now. And normally she'll eat just about anything you put in front of her, but nothing's tasted good. She hasn't felt good. Just post-anesthesia and stuff like that. She's been on antibiotics quite a bit. Just because, you know, post-op, they just want to make sure she doesn't get an infection on her foot. And one night she said, make me eggs. I'm like, okay. She goes, eggs with cheese. And I'm like, I wonder if I still remember how to make an omelet. I hadn't cooked an omelet in a really long time. But I dug out the no-stick pan, cracked 3 eggs, got them mixed up really good, got them in the pan, and dug some cheese out of the fridge and made her a pretty nice cheese omelet. And then, so she'd been asking for eggs on and off, and I've been cooking her omelets. It's been a good way to clean out the fridge. Cooking tip, if you've got leftovers in the fridge you're not sure what to do with, almost anything that you put, I found a new area, this is kind of exciting. Anything you put inside an omelet is usually yummy. I know I did it one time with leftover Chinese food, and it just turned out terrific. You get the meat and the vegetables from the Chinese food inside the nice warm bed of egg. It's just delicious. So next giveaway going to be a Big Ed omelet. Yeah, unfortunately I will be mailing it to you, so it will be cold and very messy when it gets to you. I had pork stuffed with bacon. Now that's just sensible. Dragonkind Slayer. Nothing goes better with pork than more pork. Hence my love of Cuban sandwiches. We're going to take roast pork and combine it with ham and then put it on bread with pickles and mustard. Yes, please. If that is wrong, I don't want to be right. What do we got over here? We got some dwarves that are hanging out.
Need is dire.
Light lanterns.
It is a time for growth,
Deliver missives.
not idle chatter.
That's weird. The lizards don't count as creatures killed. Cold omelets are still good omelets. So I guess if there's an upside for me to Mrs. Mustafa being under the weather lately, it's that I get to do a lot more cooking lately. Normally she doesn't like it when I cook because she doesn't like... I clean up after myself, and it's just... I don't leave the kitchen the way she wants the kitchen left. And, I mean, if I end up cooking a lot more on a more permanent basis, one of the first things I'll be doing is gutting our kitchen and redoing where stuff is at, throwing a lot of stuff away, cleaning out some junk. I've always left the kitchen alone because it was kind of her domain, which is weird because I can cook and she can't. But it's one of those things that it's like, it's not worth arguing about. But yeah, the quality of food we've been eating around here is way up. Unfortunately, I have to pay for it, shop for it, cook it, and then clean up after I cook. But yeah, at least I'm eating better. Best omelet I ever had was a lobster stuffed omelet. That sounds delicious. Tuna mac omelet. What was funny was she was calling me up today telling me how she needed protein. And I was like, you know, I think there's protein in that Marie Callender pulled pork and mac and cheese entree that you've had in the freezer for 4 weeks and haven't touched yet. No, gross. Everything's no gross that I suggest. I remembered we had 3 cans of tuna sitting out on the counter. It's like, oh, I should just make her tuna salad. And when she says she wants another fish sandwich, I'll go, here's a fish sandwich. Give her cold tuna on white bread. I think an important part of any marriage is torturing each other, and Mrs. Mustafa does it way better than I do. So when I get a chance to kind of tweak her back a little bit, I try to just really savor the moment. Ooh, there's a lantern I can light. Feel like I'm well on my way to level 150 now. I was dating my wife when I got that omelet. Not sure if it was her or the food that sealed the deal. Your at the time girlfriend cooked you a lobster omelet. That's love. T-bone is so good. Lobster or even shrimp with cheese and chives omelet. That sounds good. Being able to cut a steak with your fork. That's good eating. Nice medium rare filet mignon. Shut up, cave lizard. Yeah, Mrs. Mustafa has many fine qualities, but her cooking is not on that list. And she's a terrible patient. Dealing with her when she's under the weather is just excruciatingly painful. I was trying to get her to take her medication the other day and she kind of snapped at me. What are you, my nurse? I'm like, yeah, pretty much. Your nurse, your cook, your chauffeur, your valet.
Yes.
Hello, Dwarf Scout. I have found you. Please accept this missive.
Hail, friend, and welcome to Deep's grave.
I don't see any supply area to inspect, but okay.
Gundabad will be ours once more.
First bounty. I'm going to kill that goblin just for looking at me. He did not make it. Lizards. Lizards are annoying. Stable master, lore master, merchant.
What news do you bring?
Collect Drake whelp samples. Chilling and caustic. Okay, I can do that. Especially since there's a Slayer deed for them anyway.
Hail!
Hello, healer. I would like you to buy some junk. I was going to say crap, but we're got to keep it classy. It's Lotro stream. Skins. Goo. Okay, the carapaces we don't need. Skarn. Tattered parchments. Cracked axes. Sealed wax. Get some of that off to Gorgarth. Oh, wrong server. Never mind. I can send some of that to my own scholar. So used to playing on Evernight, my brain froze. Windswept furs, hides, silver tails, frost-tipped wings, frost-rimmed ears. Wood. Festering filth. PvP? Yeah, Simba PvMP. He's got that covered. See if we can roll past the lizards to get back to more of the good stuff, like the goblins and the drakes. The dragonettes, rather. Let's go kill the dude with the quest ring. He's a book nabber. The book thieves. I collected a sack of books. Is Arkenstone still the hot PvMP server? Yes, it is. You guys have been super. We're getting close to goal. I very much appreciate it. Let's see how we're doing. I'll make sure I didn't miss anybody else who's been kind enough to throw in a few shekels here and there. No, it looks like we're all caught up. I don't see anything new that posted, but yeah, we're only $140 out from goal tonight. You guys have been doing great. You want to benefit from some positive karma and help Standing Stone Games climb up the ranks of Extra Life donors? Just feel free to contribute a few bucks. You don't have to contribute the whole 140 if you don't want to. You can just send in $2. We've still got 91 people in chat. If 80 of you kicked in $2, that would get me over goal. And even if you do $10, you're eligible for the group incentives. It's a good deal. School at Thamardane? Sure. Use the featured instance pretty regularly. One of the frustrating things is we've been ready to do Wednesday night. I have a group of buddies. We all play on Evernight, and I do an Adventures on Evernight stream at 10 o'clock Eastern on Wednesdays. And Hard Hit and Zinger, Freelancer, Gore, and Bacchus all join me. And we've been playing pretty regularly. We created the characters we're playing basically all together at the same time. And then, oh, we got a book nabber. So we're up to the low to mid 130s. Some of us are already at level cap. We've been trying to do Remmer Chant, the Shelob raid, and we just can't pull enough people. Some friends of ours who used to join us just haven't been around lately. Jake Berge, are you here? He's here. He wins. Congratulations, Jake. Is that the anniversary corgi we're giving away, El Galadwin? Eat bodies for Remmer. You're not wrong. Sky Manic checking in. Hi, Sky Manic. Good morning from Germany. Look at me paying attention, El Galadwin. Who would have thought? I'll just mention in World Chat, Lotro Stream's giving away stuff. We can get a few more people to pop in. This is an interesting little stairwell. I wonder where it leads. Crod Bog. It's totally worth climbing all those stairs if I can get a Skarn deposit. That is quite the hidden little stairway, isn't it? Well, apparently I don't need any more caustic whelps. There's another book nabber. He just counts as a goblin kill. I must need more of the frost drakelings, I guess. Well, let's see if we can get up and around back here, I guess. Well, there's a chilling one. Guess I don't need any more of him either. Oh, maybe I'm supposed to be looting their bodies after I kill them. Do the corpses stick around? Is that a thing? No. Where am I supposed to be getting the samples from? A different area? I don't understand. Each type of drakeling. There's nothing to loot. I haven't gotten a single sample just automatically bestowed off of a kill. There must be a particular area where I need to hunt them. Our last giveaway, I'll announce when it's open. That's pretty exciting. Another book nabber. We'll go ahead and kill him. What you get for taking those books, you dirty old book nabber. Hopefully by mercilessly slaughtering you, you've learned your lesson. And here I thought it was going to be for an exclusive tuna mac recipe. I could get you my pasta al sardina recipe with the canned sardines. That's good eating right there. Maybe I'm supposed to go lower? Oh, bring the books to the lore master. He's right around the corner here. Where's your
Gundabad will
books?
be ours once more.
I don't have room enough for that. Oh, an Adventurer Steelbound loot box. Remember, Adventurer Steelbound loot boxes are basically how you win the game. So whenever you get one of these, you want to go immediately to the Lotro store and buy a key. Only the very best things are inside. And by opening one of those, that's basically how you win the game. I never let one of those go to waste. They're too valuable.
Aye. Our need is
Orcish
time.
weapons, Orcish banners, alright. Banners of Gorgar. And we got scratch marks. Lead away. Finally got connected back. God, Spectrum sucks. Nobody likes their ISP. It doesn't matter who your ISP is, you hate them. Something about being charged way too much for crappy service. It's sort of a universal truth. Well, Insane Cobain, you can still get in on the giveaway. Last giveaway of the day, 500 Lotro points. I'm supposed to follow these scratch marks for some reason. Where are the drakes I'm supposed to pull samples off of? Yeah, mine's normally pretty reliable. These supply crates have been emptied. We can get past the stupid lizards that aren't of any use. You know what, after finally seeing some Champion gameplay, I need to try to make one now. Champion's super fun. Heavy armor, dual-willed, high DPS, what's not to love? Walk right up and smack stuff in the face and To get your crits up, you can wreck them in a hurry, and it's all good. Apparently I need to go down these stairs. Quiet whistle alerts you to Muda's presence near the water wheels. Oh, Muda.
The situation isn't as simple as I thought it would be. You need to question it.
Retrieve stolen
And
supplies.
that means keeping him alive.
Apparently we're hunting the thief. Champions are a lot of fun. My yellow line one is the blast. Well, and don't think you have to choose between red line and yellow line. That's the two I run. I mean, you could go blue line champion, but then why not just play a guardian? I don't know, if anybody out there is playing blue line champ and really likes it, let us know. Alright, James Bond double getting in on the raffle. I need to pee. Hopefully a few of you folks that are coming on are noticing the world chat stuff on Arkenstone. I noticed the viewer count's actually gone up slightly again. Looks like we might have inched closer to goal. Again, this is a fundraiser for Extra Life. That's why Standing Stone Games is giving away so much cool stuff. You know, we're glad you're here. We're glad everybody's enjoying the giveaways. But if you got a few bucks you can give up, we're raising money for children's hospitals all over the country. Standing Stone Games is trying to break new ground goal-wise. Looks like Antler sent me a message earlier. Well, Ed, I'm off to bed. I'll see you tomorrow night. Well, he said that in general chat, so I don't know why you felt the need to whisper it too, but that's okay. See if anything new's come in. Yeah, we're a little closer. Raised 410 of the $500 we're looking for. I will just say Don donated 50 bucks. Thank you, Don. I don't know if Don wants his real last name said on chat, but thank you, Don. Don M. Here we go. Barrel of weapons, we got banners, we got supplies. We got goblins to murder. Not Jeff is getting in on the giveaway. Sam Burke says it's for the kids. If I can quote Mrs. Lovejoy, won't somebody please think of the children? You know what, I may give streaming Lotro a shot again sometime soon. That'd be awesome, Insane Cobain. My goal on Lotro Stream, one of the reasons I'm still on the team, is to set the bar incredibly low. So anybody who comes by Lotro Stream and sees me doing this can be like, this guy's an idiot. I can stream better than him. And a lot of folks who've joined Lotro Stream over the years kind of got started after watching me stream and be like, we need better. I'm going to stream so people don't have to watch Big Ed, and I think that's terrific. That is why I'm here, to give everybody else much needed boosted confidence. You know, and the key to it, like in my case, I always say I was going to be playing anyway. So for me to fire up the stream and have the camera on isn't really that big of a deal. But what happens is if you do it consistently, I think having a regular schedule helps. One of the things I learned is if I miss a scheduled stream, a lot of my friends and regular viewers are like, uh-oh, what happened to Ed? Because I'm so dependable. I mean, you can set your watch to when I'm supposed to be on a lot of the time. And I just, you know, I pick times that will work. I'm going to be streaming anyway. It's pretty rare that something comes up to where it's a problem. But don't stream any more than you're comfortable with. Set a regular time and stick to it. And viewers will find you and you'll meet new people. My whole Wednesday night crew that I run with, Zinger and I have been friends for years. We would stream together, and then after the stream we'd hang out and talk in Discord chat, sometimes for an hour or two after we get done. Hard Hit and I have had nice long conversations. Canna, and I've gotten to know a lot of you guys on a personal level, and even met fellow streamers and fellow Lotro fans. Maiden of Rohan, now simply MJ, and her husband the Fluff, were coming through Omaha on their way to a couples retreat. They stopped off, we had dinner, it was great meeting them. Magical Ducky, the Cookie Mama, Desert Owl, and Ninja Kitty, same kind of deal. They were driving through visiting family. We went and grabbed dinner, Mrs. Mustafa and I met those guys and hung out, and it wasn't anything fancy. We went to a Denny's because it was right off the interstate and it was open late. Just happened to work out time-wise. Eldolith and I went and met Lotro Lady Gun and her family. They were driving up to Minnesota and stopped off in Council Bluffs, and we went and had chicken wings and hung out, and it was great meeting those guys. I've had, you know, some less pleasant experiences along the way, but in my case at least, I've found the downside of streaming to be way, 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 way less significant than all of the really enjoyable pluses. Getting to meet people, talk to people, share your enthusiasm about your favorite games, learn from your viewers, as I've done. Freely admitted that. I love Lotro. I play Lotro very regularly and have for over a decade now, but at the same time I have a lot of other interests and hobbies, so I don't always get a chance, you know, go read the forums or read the producers' letters or stay up to date with whatever, you know, like the upcoming Before the Shadows. I know it's a new beginner area. There's supposed to be a new beginner storyline. I don't really know that much about it. I haven't read about it. I haven't studied up on the changes they're making. I know that they're supposed to be giving away the writing skill. You're not going to have to grind for that anymore. You can just go run a quest. But I don't know a lot of the details. I'll find out when it rolls out. And if I like it, great. And if I don't like it, it's like, oh well, things change. But, you know, you guys tell me more about the upcoming changes to Lotro than I ever learn on my own. Which is a little embarrassing being part of the Lotro stream team. You'd think I'd pay more attention to that stuff. But I don't really proclaim to be an expert. We've got guys like, you know, Pont and Finberry knows more Tolkien lore than he's forgotten more than I'll probably ever know. There's lots of great streamers on the stream team and lots of folks who keep up with everything, and I'm just glad to be part of it and get to know you guys and hang out. And if you've got any interest in streaming or you've got questions about streaming, reach out to somebody on the stream team. We're usually happy to give advice. We've gotten advice ourselves. You know, I know a lot of us have talked about Chromite passing away, and that's a very sad event. Chromite was very generous with his time and helped a lot of us with various aspects of streaming. I am running and will continue to run the OBS settings that Chromite gave me. He's like, what are you running and what's your network bandwidth? Okay, here's your OBS setup. And I've been running it exactly the way Chromite told me for probably 5 years now. And the only time I've ever fussed with it, I was streaming Titanfall 2, and it just did not want to stream well on software H.264. So I actually had to switch to hardware encoding, and it ran a lot better. And I was joking at the time, I'm like, oh my gosh, I've got to get this switched back before Chromite sees I changed my settings. One thing that always irritated him was somebody asking him for advice and him giving it, and then they ignore what he told them. It's like, if you're not going to listen, why ask for the advice? But he was good people. We've lost a few friends over the years. You know, a lot of us knew Tanuliel, and were very saddened by her sudden loss. What the heck just happened to me? Did I get burned down? I must have gotten burned down. I didn't even notice my health was low. We'll revive for free. I just used the auto sort function in my bag. Nautilus says, yeah, we might not always see eye to eye, but I would have been lost without Chromite when I set up my settings. I usually keep my bags closed because I've had more people tell me it drives them nuts. There's another one of those steel-bound loot boxes. Again, you want to buy a key to open those. They're basically how you win the game. They are the precious. Okay, so I'm missing some lanterns. We can figure out our way out of here. Alright, we're down to the 5-minute warning on the giveaway. But, you know, Eldolith was just talking about Chromite helping her with her initial setup. Eldolith helped me quite a bit when I got started. My MooBot, to this day, it's just running exactly the way Eldolith set it up for me over half a decade ago. I mean, how crazy is it Eldolith and I have known each other that long? If you stream and you hang out on Twitch, you will make new friends and meet people you never thought you'd even know. It's been a terrific experience, and I'm glad to be part of it. Call box. Wow, that's pretty interesting. Anonymous coming in with a donation. Thank you, Anonymous. Another 25 bucks. Thank you very much. I would like to be cruel and drag out the last giveaway until I hit gold, but not my decision. At some point, Galadwin and Eldolith are going to want to go to bed, so I will leave it up to them. Deep's Crave Troll Slayer. Alright, finally killing trolls is paying dividends. Ooh, we got a rockworm. My power's trying to go out, so there you go. Now you sound like Bacchus. You can hear my garbage cans blowing around. Oof. I'm afraid to look out the window in case we're getting snow. Ugh, I didn't think about that, having to get up at 4:30 a.m. to drive Mrs. M through snow. An orc beastmaster, huh? Burning spider corpses would force the giant bats to... What? I didn't quite get that. Apparently spider corpses are bat food. Who knew? Dude, I was trying to pick up that backpack. Why you gonna get on me, dude? That ain't cool. That's what you get. Don't step to me when I'm trying to loot. Hi, Forbin Kid. Yeah, it's a happy thing. By very happy coincidence, my favorite day of the year is fall back because extra sleep is very much appreciated. Also happens to be my birthday this year. So... Thankfully, no snow has hit Tennessee yet. Goal is hit. Fantastic. Congrats on reaching your goal. Thank you. As soon as I can get this stupid orc to quit shooting me with arrows, I'll take a look at who donated and thank them properly. I very much appreciate it. It's often said we have the best community, and I don't take that for granted. You guys have been terrific. I very much appreciate everybody's support. Like I said, it's my first year, so I just wanted to hit an attainable goal, and thanks to your guys' generosity, we've gotten there. And... thank you, Jake. Very much appreciate it. So maybe next year I can get a little bit earlier jump on the fundraising and maybe see if we can hit 1,000 next year. Guard it. You're just begging for it, aren't you? And hard hit's been timed out for 6 seconds. Happy birthday if I don't see you next week. Thank you, Celestia. Like I said, I'm not usually big on promoting my birthday, but when I saw Fall Back was on my birthday, I was like, oh, that's truly a gift from the universe. Dab Dabu Dubba, congratulations. 500 Lotro points. You are rich. That's like better than cash if you get stuck in Isengard prison. Treasure cache? Treasure cache. You know, that's the problem with a raffle. We do raffles all the time at the airplane club. And, you know, somebody wins and you have 180 guys who are mad they didn't win. But you know who did win? St. Luke's Hospital in Sioux City, Iowa. Thank you guys for helping me raise 500 bucks. I don't know what the rest of the stream team has raised. I'm sure I'll get a chance to look at the stats here in the days to come if Mrs. Mustafa ever quits running me ragged. So I probably won't ever get a chance to look because she'll never stop. It's kind of her joy in life. What can I do to torture my husband? I'm going to ask him for something, and then when he brings it to me, I'm going to wait for him to walk away and then ask him for something else. So he has to come back. That's just how she rolls. But yeah, no, I'm super happy I was able to raise gold and couldn't have done it without you guys. I mean, I'm just hanging out playing video games. I was the first donation, but you know, my donation was not that significant compared to what you guys helped raise tonight. So thank you for that. And I'm sure I'm probably a low man on the totem pole for the stream team, and that's okay. Like I said, I'm here to set the bar low so everybody knows they can do better, whether it's streaming or fundraising. 26,421, thanks to Ed making his goal. Nick says I rock. Thank you, Nick. That's so weird. I'm still not pulling samples off of these Drakelings. Ooh, rhyolite. That's a rare rock. Jasper. Oh, I can't fish this because my bags are too full. We'll have to come back another time. Steel-bound loot box. What else can we throw away? Anything consumable that's handy? Lost lore, lost lore, lost lore. Ooh, there we go. There's a good way to get pack space back. Yeah, let's fish. I know I've been fishing plenty earlier tonight, but like I said, if you're not fishing Middle Earth, you're not exploring Middle Earth. I'm at the bottom of Gundabad. I want to see what's swimming down here. Where's that fishing pole? It's just late enough. I'm getting a little goofy. There it is. Got just enough Coke Zero. Insane Cobain, thanks for hanging out. Have a great weekend, and good luck on rank 7. We're rooting for you. Go get them. Got to go to the Drake camp up in the pillars. Okay. Well, I didn't know there was a Drake camp. I hadn't found it. That makes sense. Rusty axe. Catfish. There's a crate again. You got a creep raid to go hunt. Have fun. Your mic fixed earlier. It was just my audio, or did you have to fix something? No, it was just probably your headset. A gudgeon? So there we are. Hashtag fish Gundabad. I was laughing earlier when El Galadwin was like, yeah, you have to cast and catch at least 3 different things for it to count as fishing. Just like you have to stream for an extra hour after you get raided. Those are both things I just completely made up, El Galadwin. I am delighted that you consider them to be like canon. I make up crazy stuff all the time. Why is there wood down here but no scarn? I want scarn. I would have missed out on my dirty skull and the 40-pound salmon. Exactly. It's the rule. It is the rule. It's a good rule. Celestia says, I got to be up early tomorrow for Lotro, so I need to try to get some sleep. Have a great rest of your night. I really enjoyed the stream. Thanks for coming by. You have a terrific stream, and if I get a chance to pop by and say hello, I will try to do so. Take care. That poor orc probably just got back from watching How to Train Your Dragon, and I had to kill him and his dragon pet. I was mean. Make sure you get that 40-pound salmon mounted, by the way. That looks great on your wall. It really does. I mean, the 50-pound salmon's impressive, but the 40-pound salmon is almost equally as impressive. They're pretty good sized. I don't know if I need to penetrate into that camp or not for anything. I don't really see anything glowing at me. Trying to get back to that elevator, take the lift up. Yes, I will. Good. Y'all know me, I am very fond of my fishing trophies. There are lots of cool ones. Mid-tier. Let's go to the upper tier and see what that is. Yeah, I think this is where I got on. Or I'm wrong, one of the two. I don't know. It's late. In fact, it's so late, and I am so lost inside of Gundabad. I don't even know how to get back to where I need to go to do some of these quests. I think... that Drake just does not want to die. Stubborn son of a gun. I'm just going to portal home. AG Stinger says, alrighty then, I'm off for the night. Was a wonderful stream. AG Stinger, have a great weekend. And to all the rest of you out there, thank you so much for helping me hit goal tonight. I very much appreciate everybody's generosity. We've got Sauce 5 Ski to raid, it looks like. Oh, no, good. French Girl Gaming is up and running. Let's go say hi. I assume there's nobody behind me tonight, but yeah, let's go blow up her channel. Let's show French Girl Gaming some love, everybody. In the strictly platonic sense, of course. Have a great weekend, everybody. I'll be on my channel tomorrow night and Sunday. We'll be playing Lotro tomorrow, Shooty Boats on Sunday. Come by and say hello, and keep giving to Extra Life. Like I said, you got through the end of November. If you didn't get a chance to contribute tonight, you've still got time. Take care, everybody.
The Lotus stream is ready as a Faria 79. Oh my god! Hi everyone! Hello! Oh my god. Okay, let me give you a big shout out. Thank you so much for the raid. Big Ed Mustafa.